He knew the bell schedule. He knew February 14th was a school day. The defendant got there, and at 2:21, and shortly thereafter, the carnage began. He didn't say he was going to shoot just students or particular students. He went after anyone he could on the first, second, and third floor of that school. Fortunately, nobody was killed on the second floor, but he was indiscriminate in who he shot. Anyone who got in his way, anyone he could target, anyone he could hunt, he killed. And so it makes no difference that Athletic Director Hickson, Teacher Scott Beagle, or Coach Feist were not students, Your Honor. They were there because they were employees of Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School. The state put in certificates showing that they were employees of the school. The state's response details how they are public employees. They were there because they had a job to do. The defendant went there to hinder and disrupt the school day. These gentlemen were there to perform an official duty, and the aggravating circumstances that the state has proven beyond any reasonable doubt are properly submitted to the jury, and the state would request that this court deny the defendant's motion for any directed verdict as to any of the aggravating circumstances, Your Honor.
Defense, is there anything else that you wanted to add to the record before I rule? No. All right, the defense motion for directed verdict as to all 17 counts is denied on all grounds. Okay, are you ready to bring in the jury? Yes. And you're going to be presenting opening statement. Yes, ma'am. Okay. All right, bring them in, please.
Yeah, can I move to the podium and then I'll just move right into it?
Sure.
Judge, before you bring in the jury, may I address the court? My name is Zach Rosenberg. I represent Danielle Woodard. I filed a motion for protective order in this matter.
Judge, she's a prospective witness, and I think we could probably address that after our opening.
Okay, sir, this is the first time I'm hearing about this. You can have a seat for now, please. And state, so that I don't have to bring the jury in and out more than once. Let me hear from this gentleman. I don't know why I'm being presented. Counsel, come on up. I don't know why I'm being presented this on the morning of testimony when this has been planned for weeks or months. But good morning. If you could just briefly tell me what it is that you want to say.
My name is Zach Rosenberg. I represent Danielle Woodard. I was appointed on the 12th of August. I met with her on Friday. After that meeting, I filed 2 subsequent motions, one in the Miami-Dade case and one in this case, Judge. This morning, I was advised that she has hired prospective other counsel. A notice of appearance has been filed. Substitution of counsel has not been filed, Judge.
Okay, but what does this have to do with my case? My case is the state of Florida versus Nikolas Cruz. Your client is listed as a witness. What does this have to do with me? This should be presented in the Miami case.
There was a motion for protective order e-filed in this matter on Friday, Judge. I have a copy for the court. It was provided to counsel on both sides.
Counsel, if you're appointed to her on the 12th, why did you file it on Friday?
I was only made aware that this hearing was happening due to an act of God, Judge. It was through God that my YouTube algorithm let me know that this was happening. I never received any notice of any sort.
What was happening?
That Ms. Woodard would be testifying. I was appointed on the 12th, went to meet with her on Thursday. I was informed she was in Broward County.
Counsel, it was in the newspaper a couple of weeks ago. In fact, I believe that's why her prior counsel withdrew.
I was not privy to any of that. I received no notice to be here, no subpoena myself, Judge. I did what I could as soon as I could to put the court and counsel aware of the situation on notice.
Okay, so what are you asking me to do?
To grant my motion for protective order.
It's not in the court file. I did not receive a courtesy copy. I haven't even seen it.
I tried to put this on your radar as soon as I could this morning, Judge.
This is very vague. What exactly are you asking me to protect her from?
Judge, when I met with her on Friday, I had a specific conversation and plans with her. If she has hired other counsel, that's another issue that I think needs to be resolved prior to
Not
her
by
testifying.
me. Not by me. If you're her counsel of record and the judge in Miami has not ordered any kind of substitution, you're the attorney of record, and I'm going to hear you briefly, and that's it. We're not going to be fighting about who's representing her in this court.
So, Judge, competency was raised in the Miami-Dade case. So, first and foremost, I don't know whether or not it's proper for her to testify at all in this matter. I question the decision to call her.
Okay,
Furthermore,
competency
Judge,
to testify as a witness is a much lower standard than competency to proceed as a defendant and an accused, and I'm sure you're aware of that.
Furthermore, Judge, she has significant Fifth Amendment issues at hand, and due to the issues raised in the protective order, they're more complex than the typical Fifth Amendment issue.
Wait, well, if she wants to assert her Fifth Amendment privilege, that's her prerogative, and if you've advised her of that, then I'm assuming she knows when to assert that privilege under your advice.
Yes, Judge, and I will be asking to speak with my client as she's asked questions to advise her on her Fifth Amendment rights.
Procedures are going to be heard as to that issue.
The questions in that protective order regarding, he's asking that we not be asking her any questions about her any specific mental health diagnosis she's been given and any medications. I do not intend to ask her any of those questions. He was presented, and I know the court doesn't want to deal with this, but I do want the record to reflect that he was presented with a stipulation and he refused to sign it, regardless of what the judge in Miami would or wouldn't do. I have spoken to Ms. Woodard. She wants to testify. She knows, she's spoken to both of her lawyers now, or the prospective one, the current one, and I have no concerns about her competency, at least to be a witness. And if she has an issue with the question that she's asked, he can stay here, and if the court wants to allow him to speak with her, that's fine.
State, do you want to be heard?
Only to the extent, Your Honor, that we don't know at this point. We haven't heard her testimony as to what questions we may or may not answer, but we understand she can always assert a Fifth Amendment right.
Okay, counsel, your motion for protective order is denied. I think that the Fifth Amendment privilege that your client may or may not have is her privilege to assert if she so chooses. Based on the fact that you've indicated you've had an in-depth discussion with her as recent as Friday, I'm also denying your motion to sit with her during her testimony. If I have a concern as to her competency, it's my job to deal with that as it comes.
Understood, Judge. I will be renewing my request.
Okay, thank you. Can you bring the jury? Thank you. welcome back. It's nice to see you all. Everyone else may be seated. At this time, defense, do you wish to present an opening statement?
Yes, we do, Your Honor.
Okay, whenever you're ready.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I stand before you today in a space filled with overwhelming sadness, painstaking grief, anger, and trauma. We have all seen and heard things that no one should have to see or hear. Things that will haunt us forever. And every one of you sitting here and in this courtroom knows that there is one person responsible for all of that pain and all of that suffering. And that person is Nikolas Cruz. And on October 21st, 2021, Nikolas Cruz pled guilty to all of the charges. And when he did that, he guaranteed that he would be punished. The question that now remains with each and every one of you is how he will be punished. Each of you will make an individualized moral decision about whether or not Nikolas Cruz should live or die. This is an individual decision. It is not a collective decision. Each of you has to make that decision only after you have heard all of the evidence, only after you have taken into consideration everything, knowing that the law never requires you to vote for death. Not in this case, not in any case, and not in the worst case imaginable. And it's arguable that this is the worst case imaginable. During jury selection, every member of the defense team got up here and told you the things that we thought that you might see or hear. Why did we do that? First of all, we wanted to be honest with you. And second, we needed to make sure that after you heard all of that stuff, all that aggravation that the state of Florida presented to you, reasons for death, that you would want to know more, that you would need to know more. More about who Nikolas Cruz is. What shaped him? Who shaped him? Who wasn't around to shape him? And each of you said that you wanted to know every single detail. You said that it would be absolutely necessary for you to have all of the information before you made a decision about whether or not another human being should live or die. It's the oath that you took. It is the promise that you made. And everyone in this courtroom knows how difficult your job is. But we also know that you will honor your promise. And you will keep your oath. People are not crimes. People commit crimes. But we must understand the person behind the crime. What is the root cause? Some people say that the crime itself is enough to impose sentence. You are not those people. Those people that said the sentence can be imposed based solely on the crime were excused. Each and every one of you is here because each one of you said that life without the possibility of parole could be an appropriate penalty for somebody who viciously murdered 17 people. Each of you said that life without the possibility of parole could be a severe enough punishment for those crimes. If each of you only had to make a decision about whether or not Nikolas Cruz lives or dies based on the crime, your job would be very easy. But you see, that's not how the law works. The state of Florida described to you what Nikolas did. The defense will tell you who he is. That's our job. And for the last 4.5 years, we have painstakingly dug into every part of Nikolas's life. Where he came from, who was around him, who raised him, who carried him in utero, who influenced his life, who shaped him, and what contributed to that horrible decision that he made on February 14th, 2018. In telling you Nick's story, in telling you the chapters of his life, we will give you reasons for life. And that is called mitigation. Mitigation is any reason that you believe that the death penalty is not an appropriate penalty in this case. And each of you, individually, gets to decide what is mitigation to you. It is not limited to the facts of the case. It is not limited to Nikolas's background, his character, his life. It can be anything that you see or you hear in this courtroom. And it can be anything that you feel in your heart is mitigation. Please understand that mitigation is not a defense. It is not an explanation. It is not a justification, because there is no defense to these crimes. And I cannot impose that upon you enough. We would never get up here and do that. When I met Nikolas Cruz on February 15th, 2018, I knew that he was a damaged person.
Objection.
Sustained. But I also know that wounded and damaged people wound and damage other people because they're in pain. But we don't excuse the horrific acts of damaged and wounded people. We punish them. But we take into consideration their damage when we impose sentence. We will tell you everything. You will probably wonder why we're telling you some of the things we're telling you. But we want you to be honest. We want to be honest. We're going to show you the good, the bad, the sad, the horrible, the gut-wrenching. You're going to hear that Nikolas has said a lot of really bad things. The evidence will show you that he draws a lot of bad things. And that he continues to do that stuff over at the Broward County Main Jail. You will hear about conversations that he has with other people. Sounds like a kid. You will hear that he talks and has video visitations with a woman by the name of Scarlett Lewis, whose 6-year-old son Jesse Lewis was murdered in Sandy Hook. And you will hear through those conversations that together her and Nick are trying to find a way to prevent this from ever happening again. You'll hear that one day he wants to live and one day he wants to die. And you will also hear that throughout his life he has had obsessions, tigers, video games, guns, exercise, bowel movements, vegan diets, and most recently, demons and Satan. And you will hear that with an atomic fireball candy, he'll write on his cell wall, 666. Those are the things he does in isolation. You'll hear that he writes disturbing things like a school shooter manifesto. Horrible things. We're not hiding that from you. But his brain is broken. He's a damaged human being. And that's why these things happen. Nikolas Cruz's decision to take an Uber to Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School and kill as many people as he could possibly kill is not where Nikolas Cruz's story starts. We are all profoundly affected by the places.
Objection to personal stories.
Individuals are profoundly impacted by the places that they came from. An Irish poet, John O'Donoghue, once said, "The beginning often holds the clue to everything that follows." And that couldn't be more true in the case of Nikolas Cruz. You've all already heard a lot about choices. You heard that Nikolas made a choice to get into the Uber. Nikolas made a choice to go into the 1200 building. Made the choice to load his AR-15 and pull the trigger over and over and over again. And no one here disputed any of that. But you see, Nikolas's choices don't start there. They start with the choices of a 41-year-old woman, homeless, mentally ill, drug-addicted alcoholic by the name of Brenda Woodard. The evidence will show you that Brenda was also a wounded and damaged human being. Excuse me. And you will hear that she had suffered a lifelong trauma and pain and suffering. And like a lot of people, she self-medicated with drugs and alcohol. And at the peak of her addiction, in 1998, supporting her drug and alcohol addiction by prostituting and boosting, which means she would go into grocery stores and she would steal steaks. She would take the steaks to her drug dealer, and her drug dealer would give her crack. It was during that time that she found herself pregnant on the streets of US 1. Although we know that Nikolas's conception was not planned. In fact, we're not sure if it was a trick baby or she was raped. But what we do know is that she didn't want that baby, and that she couldn't take care of that baby because she could barely take care of herself. Or her 11-year-old daughter, Daniel Woodard, who was mostly being raised by Brenda's own mother or by the foster care system. We know that Brenda chose to keep that baby, and that she chose to give that baby up for adoption. And we know that she got paid to do it. And after confirming that she was 12 weeks pregnant at a local health department here in Broward County, she contacted a private attorney who advertised private adoption in the weekly flyer and in the Broward County Jail, right next to the phones where the inmates could make calls. She was 12 weeks pregnant. Just finished her first trimester. And she had had no prenatal care. And at the time that Brenda Woodard signed her notice of intent to give her baby up, she was living on the streets. Sometimes she found a couch. She was drinking. She was drugging. She was smoking cigarettes. And she was selling her body. As desperate as Brenda was to give her baby away, there was someone just as desperate to adopt him. And that someone is Linda Cruz. As Brenda was doing drugs, prostituting herself, roaming the streets of US 1, about 25 miles away in Parkland, Florida, was Linda Cruz, a 48-year-old woman who had recently moved from New York with Roger Cruz. And what she had wanted more than anything in the world was a baby. She had already suffered multiple miscarriages and even a failed adoption. And Linda Cruz, for all appearances, had the ability to give Nikolas everything that Brenda couldn't. And despite not legally being married to Roger Cruz, she changed her name from Seda to Cruz. She wore a ring, and she told everybody that they were married. When they adopted Nikolas Cruz, Roger was 62 years old. Linda was no stranger to creating her own reality. Although Linda and Roger did eventually get married after they adopted their second son, Zachary. 2002 they got married. They had met in 1977 when Linda was Linda Seda, and Roger Cruz was married to another woman, to whom he would remain married until 1991, which made Linda his mistress. And from Roger's first marriage, there were 4 children. There are 4 children. Adults, they're grown now. And they would become Nikolas and Zachary's brothers and sisters. And you will hear that after Linda Cruz died, Roger was already gone. They were parentless. Both Zachary and Nikolas would pick up the phone and call their brothers and sisters in New York. They were 17 and Nikolas had just turned 19. And they asked for a place to live. They asked for help. And they got nothing. They were parentless, and they got nothing. But you see, Linda was used to keeping secrets. She had waited a long time for her perfect family, for her perfect husband, for her perfect child. She had suffered many miscarriages, and she had even suffered a failed adoption. And just when she had almost given up on that dream of becoming a mother, she got a phone call from the adoption attorney. We have another baby for you. Do you want him? Absolutely, Linda Cruz said. What's important for you to know is that this is the same adoption agency same private adoption firm that Linda and Roger had used before with the failed adoption. And what's important for you to know is that when Linda filled out the paperwork, the intake paperwork to adopt a child, she was very specific about the type of child that she wanted. And she was very specific about the type of child that she didn't want. She didn't want a black baby. She didn't want a biracial baby. And she didn't want a special needs baby. But that failed adoption made Linda very desperate for a baby. And when that private attorney called her, she jumped at the opportunity to adopt that child. The child's due date, ironically, was September 25th, 1998, Linda Cruz's birthday. Unlike the state of Florida adoptions through the Department of Children and Family, this was a private adoption, which meant there were not as many rules and regulations. Didn't have the same oversight as state of Florida adoptions do. After that phone call where Linda said, we'll take that baby, Linda and Roger Cruz had just finished building a 4,000 square foot house in Parkland, Florida. And in that house was a room just waiting for a baby. And so as Linda and Roger painted the room, bought the baby clothes, and put money into that adoption trust account, Brenda roamed the streets of US 1, doing what she had to do, doing what was the most important thing in her life, drinking and drugging and whatever she had to do to get those 2 things. You see, the wake of addiction is very large. How do we know the things that Brenda was doing when she was on the street? Well, because she told us a year and a half before she died. And you'll also hear from Carolyn Deakins, who was her drug buddy. And you will hear evidence that her own daughter saw her mother drinking and drugging. Brenda's alcohol and drug use was well documented throughout the adoption records, the adoption report, and the birth records. Those records will show you that Brenda was not only drinking alcohol, but she was abusing it. Now, to be honest, Brenda's self-reporting about the length of time that she drank and the amount that she drank is inconsistent. But you don't have to worry about that, because witnesses will come in. And how do they know? Because they either saw her drinking and drugging, or because they were doing it with her. You will hear that Brenda had 4 prenatal visits. 4. In 41 weeks of pregnancy. And an amnio because of her advanced maternal age. And the drug and the alcohol use would continue until about 6 weeks before she delivered Nikolas, when she was transferred to a residential drug treatment facility in Coral Springs, Florida, referred to as a prenatal addiction center. You will hear throughout her pregnancy that she had negative drug screens, but you'll hear more about that later. And you will also hear the testimony from Carolyn Deakins, who is Carolyn Deakin. Carolyn Deakin was Brenda Woodard's drug buddy. And she was also her co-defendant for their June 6, 1998 arrest for possession of cocaine. Brenda was 6 months pregnant with Nikolas when that arrest happened. And Miss Deakin will tell you the drugs that they would do, the alcohol that they would drink, and she will tell you what the streets of US 1 and A1A were like in the late 90s. And she will tell you that despite both of them being mothers, the most important thing was them getting high and getting drunk and doing whatever they had to do to be able to do that. But you see, everything changed for Carolyn Deakin on June 6, 1998. She changed her life. She got clean. And she went to Florida State Prison. And when she got released from Florida State Prison, she never spoke with Brenda Woodard again. And she never stepped foot in Broward County again until yesterday. Too many demons, too many ghosts. It's too hard to be here. But she's here to pay, and you will hear from her. After the arrest, the adopted parents bonded Brenda out of jail, and she went to a prenatal visit. It was her first prenatal visit in almost 4 months. And the records will show you that she actually lost weight, and that the measurements of the baby had not increased. And you will hear, the evidence will show you, that her daughter, Danielle Woodard, who had actually moved into the apartment where Brenda was living, the apartment that was being paid for by Roger and Linda Cruz, she will tell you that she saw her mom drinking Colt 45, Cisco bum wine. One bottle is the equivalent of 5 shots of vodka. Smoking crack, smoking cigarettes, and renting the apartment out by the hour so that other crack addicts would have somewhere to smoke. And she will also tell you, and the evidence will show you, that Brenda had her pee in a prescription pill bottle. And then Brenda would take a piece of tin foil and put it over on top of the prescription pill bottle to keep the urine warm. And then the two of them would go and get Brenda's drug tests. As a result of Brenda's June 6, 1998 arrest, she was placed on drug offender probation. Brenda was not a stranger to the criminal justice system. She was not a stranger to drug rehab. But now she was doing both. And as part of her drug offender probation, she was required to do inpatient day treatment. She could go home at night. And when she got there at BARC, which is a local addiction facility, treatment facility here in Broward, the supervisor says to her, the records, the adoption records, will be, you'll see that, it's all over there, we'll introduce it into evidence. 1 dirty urine, Brenda, 1 dirty urine, and you're done. You're going to the prenatal addiction facility. Shortly thereafter, Brenda ended up in the prenatal addiction program, where she remained. So residential treatment facility, she was not going home until she delivered Nikolas Cruz. Did Linda and Roger know about Brenda's criminal history? Well, we know that Brenda wasn't asked those questions in her adoption intake form, and she didn't volunteer it. But we do know that that information was important to Roger Cruz. And he asked those adoption attorneys to do a complete background check. And we, and the state, have all of the adoption records. They're here. You can look at them if you want when they're moved into evidence. And there was no background check. But what if there had been a background check, because we did one? What would they have found out? Roger and Linda would have found out that since 1975, Miss Woodard had been arrested continually for mostly drug offenses, drug-related offenses, and that she had been in prison. Did Roger and Linda know that Brenda was drinking and doing drugs? We don't know for sure. But they bonded her out of jail when she was arrested for possession of cocaine. And the evidence will show you that Linda Cruz actually went to the prenatal addiction program and saw Brenda there. It's hard to know exactly what they knew or what they didn't know. But I think it's reasonable to assume that Linda didn't want to know everything. So as Linda prepared for that baby to come home to Parkland, Florida, Brenda finished up her pregnancy at the Prenatal Addiction Center in Coral Springs, Florida. What do we know about Brenda's pregnancy? We know that it was very stressful and chaotic. The majority of her pregnancy, she was homeless and living on the streets. We know that she was using drugs. We know that she was smoking cigarettes. We know that she was drinking booze. Proper nutrition and proper prenatal care were not a priority for Brenda Woodard. She was an addict. You see, the wake of addiction is very large. Nikolas Cruz's prenatal vitamins consisted of Colt 45, Cisco bum wine, crack cocaine, and cigarettes. And because Nikolas was bombarded with all of those things, he was poisoned in the womb. And because of that, his brain was irretrievably broken through no fault of his own. Irish poet John O'Donohue has written, "The beginning often holds the clue for everything that follows." And that couldn't be more true in Nikolas Cruz's life. September 24th, 1998, as Brenda Woodard was being transported to Plantation General Hospital, Linda Cruz was in Parkland, Florida, anxiously awaiting the phone call that her baby had been delivered. They already had the names picked out. Nikolas after her father, and Jacob after Roger's father. Nikolas was delivered C-section. Birth records indicate that he was slow to progress, and that the cord was wrapped around his neck 3 times. He was blue for the first minute of his life, and he had to be resuscitated. And as medical personnel manually pumped oxygen into his little lungs, his extremities remained blue for 5 minutes. And in that hospital room, after Nikolas was born, the evidence will show you, was Daniel Woodard, 11 years old now. And the evidence will show you that she held that baby and thought that he was the most beautiful thing in the world. And she knew that he would have all the opportunities that she never had. Linda Cruz's life was now perfect. She had the man she loved, that she called her husband, a beautiful baby boy and a beautiful house in Parkland, Florida. And like most new mothers, she was excited, and there were parties, and people bought baby gifts, and people signed his baby book. And Linda introduced two people as her parents. You see, when Linda was 2 and her brother was 3 up in New York, they were left in a crib by their mother. And in that crib was a note from their mother. She was done mothering, and she left. So Linda and her brother were raised by their paternal grandparents. Wonderful people in their late 60s, as their father commuted from Long Island to the city as a chef. This abandonment that Linda felt and this insecurity would follow her for the rest of her life. But very few people in Florida knew about that life. Because remember, she had created her own reality. She also sent out birth announcements. And you will hear from one of Linda's oldest friends. Her name is Mary Hamill. Mary Hamill. Remember that name. Because she is so important in Nikolas's life, from the very beginning until very shortly before this tragedy. So Mary goes to her P.O. box, she gets her mail out, she gets in her car, she's driving down, opening the mail as she's driving, and then she sees a birth announcement, and she almost gets in a car accident. She immediately picks up her phone and she calls Linda and she says, "Why didn't you tell me you were pregnant?" And Linda says, "I wanted it to be a surprise." And it wasn't until years later, when Mary's daughter was actually babysitting for Zachary and Nikolas, that she happened to come across some paperwork, adoption paperwork. That's how Mary found out that the boys were adopted. Mary, one of Linda's very best friends. Linda was really good at creating her own reality. So what happens to Brenda? She does what she only knows how to do. She goes back in the streets, doing the exact same thing, because she's not tired enough yet. She's not done. And she's drinking, and she's drugging, and she's selling her body, and within 1 month, she's arrested again. And then she's released. But 9 months later, when Nikolas is 9 months old, she steals her mother's car, leads the police on a high-speed chase until she stopped, and when she is, she's arrested for grand theft auto, driving while license suspended, and eluding law enforcement. And she was sentenced to 24 months Florida State Prison. And when she got to the reception center, she found out that she was 6 weeks pregnant. That baby is Zachary Cruz. A trick baby? We don't know. But we do know who Brenda called. She called that very same adoption attorney. And after Zachary was 6 months old in utero, he received the benefit that Nikolas never did. For the first time in a very long time, Brenda Woodard was clean and sober. And Zachary got the benefit of proper nutrition and prenatal care, all courtesy of the Florida Department of Corrections. And back in Parkland, Florida, Linda loved every minute of being a mother. She became friends with other mothers on the street. Although she was sometimes 20 or 25 years older than them. Their children played together, and you're going to hear from one of those people. Trish Devaney. She had moved here from New Jersey. She was in her early 20s. Her and her boyfriend had just built a house down the street, and Trish had no one. Her family was far away, and Linda became like a mother to her. And they hung out all the time. But Linda never even told Trish that she wasn't married. Linda was actually Trish's maid of honor. And Trish's first baby, 7 months younger than Nikolas, would become Nikolas's first friend. And Linda liked having all the kids over. She had this beautiful house. She was proud of it. Swimming pool. The kids would play. And Nikolas grew. And he played with all of those other kids. And despite being smaller than everyone, everything was fine. Until it wasn't. His differences didn't really become apparent until he was around other children, where his behavior was different, where he didn't do what the other kids did. He didn't talk to the other kids, couldn't communicate. He wasn't socializing. He wasn't developing like other children. Now, Trish will tell you that she tried to talk to Linda about this. And Trish will also tell you that because of those conversations, there were weeks where they didn't speak to each other. But Trish wasn't the only one that was telling Linda that Nikolas was different. Roger was too. And Linda could ignore Trish, but she couldn't ignore her own husband, and she didn't. And as life continued in Parkland, Florida, Linda got a phone call from that same adoption attorney. Nikolas's biological mother was pregnant again. Did she want the baby? Would Nikolas want to be a big brother? Of course, she said. Let's set up the adoption trust account. And on February 21st, 2000, Linda, one of her very best friends, Renee Brown, who you will also hear from, and Nikolas drove up to Lowell Correctional Institute, which is just right outside of Ocala, and picked up Zachary Cruz, Nikolas's new baby brother. So the family of 3 now became a family of 4. And as Zachary normally developed, it became more apparent that Nikolas was not developing at the same rate. No parent wants to admit that their child is different. And Linda was no different. And she was in denial for a really long time, until she couldn't be anymore. And when Nikolas was just turning 3, he went to his first psychiatrist, Dr. Musa. And the records will show you that from that visit, Dr. Musil said what a challenging child Nikolas was, that he ran into his office and got underneath his desk, and then 20 minutes later to pull him out. And Dr. Musil wanted to help him, and he wanted to help Nikolas and Roger. You'll also see that there's some notations in the records about possible drug and alcohol exposure. He gave Linda literature. He gave her books. He gave her documentation. Give this to the teachers. Let's all work together. Let's figure this out. And please come back, Linda. The most important thing for Nikolas is consistency. Linda never went back. Having a developmentally delayed child was not part of Linda's perfect story. And at the same time Nikolas was having all of these developmental delays, social skills, communication, emotional, behavioral, gross and fine motor skills, adaptive function, sensory issues, you will hear from Ann Fisher. Ann Fisher was the director of Young Minds Learning Center, who noticed all of those developmental delays. and finally convinced Linda to get help. She will tell you that Nikolas's body wasn't proportioned. His head was too big for his body. His ears were too big for his head. He didn't play with the other children. He didn't talk to the other children. He was aggressive. She thought maybe he'd been exposed to drugs and alcohol in utero. And for months, Linda didn't want to hear it. Oh, he's young. He's going to grow out of it. All kids act like this. But Aunt Fisher was persistent. She wanted to help Linda Cruz. She wanted to help Nikolas Cruz. And she wanted to help Robert Cruz. She wanted to get them the help that they needed in order to parent a developmentally delayed child. And she wanted to get Nikolas the resources that he needed so that he could be as successful as he could be. So finally, Linda let go of some of her secrets. She tells Ann Fisher Nikolas is adopted. He didn't know that before. And that his mother was a drug addict. And finally, Linda agreed to get help. And because of Ann Fisher's referral, Nikolas was evaluated by the Florida Diagnostic and Learning Resource Center. It's also called Fiddlers. It's a government-funded program that helps all children with any type of issues, usually early intervention. Let's catch them up. Let's get them early. And as a result of that evaluation, you will hear evidence that Nikolas was observed by teachers, by parents. Evaluations were done. And you will hear that as a result of the evaluation done by the Broward County School Board, Nikolas was classified with an eligibility of developmentally delayed in all areas and in a language impairment. The documentation shows that Nikolas acted more like a child that was just turning 2, and he was 3.5 years old. From that point on, 3 years old, Nikolas would be classified as an ESE student in the Broward County school system, what we used to call a special needs child. Knowing how important early intervention is and was, Nikolas went to a language-based preschool. He had an individual education plan. It's called an IEP, and you're going to hear all about that, where he had certain eligibilities, and he had certain services and goals and all this stuff, as well as behavioral interventions. And you will hear that Nikolas received a lot of services, a lot. Some of them actually worked. Nikolas would experience short periods of success, followed by unbelievably inappropriate behavior and academic struggles. But you see, all of those people that tried to help Nikolas, all of those teachers, all of those programs, didn't know what you now know. That Nikolas was poisoned. He was brain damaged. Now, no one ever really figured out what was wrong with Nikolas until he's in his current situation. Some people speculated they were spot on. Fetal alcohol spectrum disorder, FASD, has often been referred to as an invisible disorder because it's often misdiagnosed. And what does it mean when somebody is misdiagnosed? Not just for Nikolas, but for anybody. It means you don't get the proper treatment. In some cases, you don't get the proper medicine. You don't get the proper interventions. You don't get the proper support. You don't get what you need to deal with your illness or your disorder. You will learn a great deal about Nikolas and about FASD, and the invisible will become visible to you. It will be frustrating and maddening to you about all the opportunities that were missed in Nikolas's life, things that he so desperately needed. Sadly, we can't undo those harms, and we can't undo the harms done to Nikolas, and we can't undo the harm that Nikolas did to others. FASD describes a range of effects that occur when an individual's brain is exposed to alcohol during pregnancy. Now, we're not talking about a mom having a glass of wine. We're talking about use and abuse. The effects of this disorder include physical, mental, developmental, academic, communication, every area. And it has lifetime implications. It's a disorder. It doesn't go away. Teachers and therapists, case managers, police, friends and family will tell you how it impacted Nikolas's life. And we will present experts who specialize in FASD that will tell you what alcohol does to a developing brain. Listen to those experts, but more importantly, listen to the lay witnesses, because they will describe to you all of the behaviors that constitute fetal alcohol spectrum disorder. I suspect that you're also going to hear another acronym. ASPD. Antisocial personality disorder. Antisocial personality disorder is defined as a lifelong pattern of disregard for other people's safety, for their needs, and for the feelings of others. And there'll be doctors that'll come in and they have this book called the DSM-TR. And they'll say, check, check, check. He's got ASPD. But I'm going to be honest with you. Our experts will come in here too and say, he probably checks off a lot of that. Or he's going to say that he does not meet the criteria for ASPD. ASPD. Too many acronyms. But that's the easy thing. And this isn't supposed to be easy. And what you now have is the information that nobody else ever had. And you will hear that Nikolas's lifelong developmental delays, his communication and language disorders, his emotional and behavioral issues, his impaired motor skills, those are not explained by ASPD. Those are explained by FASD. But you see, you get to make those decisions individually. And you will hear that at Riverglades, which is that language-based preschool I just talked to you about, a special education center, he was receiving early interventions with the hopes that it would catch him up, but it didn't. Nikolas's disabilities were global. And when you don't know what causes something, it's really hard to figure out how to treat it, because you can't fix it, right? But we can treat disorders. You will also hear from one of Nikolas's special education teachers in preschool. She's going to describe to you a child that was terrified, filled with anxiety, stress. He didn't know how to communicate. He didn't understand when people were talking to him. And he was unsafe. And you'll hear her testify that she brought in a sheet. She put it over a table, something like this. And Nikolas had a safe spot. And he would go in there, and he would do his work. And then you will hear later on, she brought in a box. She cut windows out, put stuffed animals in there, and Nikolas would go in there, where he felt safe, because he couldn't really get along with the other kids. And you will hear that that teacher would go in there to teach him. You will hear that Nikolas did not communicate at all. He acted out, and he acted like a tiger. You see, his behavior was his form of communication. He would bite, he would spit, he would kick, he would punch, he would pounce. Nikolas, use your little boy hands, was often heard in the classroom. And as he slipped further and further behind developmentally, his behavior got even more challenging. And another psychological evaluation was ordered. And you will hear testimony about that evaluation. That Nikolas had limited abilities. That he had a very low IQ. Now I'm going to be honest with you. The experts will tell you that when you get an IQ score from a very young child, it's a baseline. You use it cautiously. But what you will hear is that he was very impaired intellectually. And that would remain through his life. You will hear from that evaluation that Nikolas had a difficult time communicating and expressing himself, and that he often had misperceptions because he didn't understand what people were saying to him, which led to stress and anxiety and fear. The school psychologist described him as a youngster that was overly stressed and anxious. He was 5. What is most interesting about that school psychologist evaluation is what she did next. This school psychologist had been involved in the Broward County school system for 38 years. And in those 38 years, she had made 2 recommendations for psychiatric evaluation on children as young as Nikolas. And that's what she did. She contacted Student Services for the Broward County School Board and made a recommendation that Nikolas get a psychiatric evaluation. We've got to find out what's going on with this kid. The school board never did that psychiatric evaluation. And on August 16th, 2014, 5 days before Nikolas was supposed to start kindergarten, he watched his father die in front of him. The family of 4 was now once again a family of 3. And Linda would become a single mother for the rest of her life to 2 very challenging young boys. And you see, throughout Roger and Linda's relationship, Roger controlled everything. Took care of the bills, took care of the house. So what Linda didn't know is that Roger had refinanced the house over and over again, and they were in deep financial trouble. You see, not only was Linda abandoned by the death of her husband, but she was betrayed by her husband. People will tell you that she never got over that. For kindergarten, Nikolas went to what is referred to as an ESE cluster, Special Education Cluster. And you're going to hear a lot of information about what is a cluster. You will hear that it's a small teacher-to-student ratio. There's a paraprofessional. There's usually more than one teacher, and there's a lot of support. There's a lot of intervention, and that's where Nikolas went. And you will hear from his family counselor, John Newman, who was probably one of the only consistent things that Nikolas had throughout his childhood, from kindergarten until he left Coral Springs Elementary in 5th grade. And Mr. Newman, he's going to testify about some of Nikolas's successes at Coral Springs Elementary. And he's going to tell you not about his failures, because he doesn't like that word, his struggles. In kindergarten, further testing once again determined that Nikolas was very developmentally delayed and that he required constant supervision. He wasn't able to retain information, and he struggled in all academic areas. And that year, he was retained. Nikolas was also diagnosed with ADHD, and he was placed on medication. He was 6 years old. And he would remain on medication on and off until 2016. You will hear that the best educational environment for Nikolas Cruz is one that is structured and supportive, with a small student-to-teacher ratio, with certified special education teachers, and behavioral intervention programs. At that time, he was seeing a psychiatrist, he was seeing a clinical psychologist, he had a case manager, in-home services. However, he continued to struggle with behavioral issues and academic issues. And that's because people still didn't know what was wrong with him. Throughout his time at Coral Springs Elementary, Nikolas struggled in all areas, academically, socially, developmentally, regardless of the services that he received. But despite all of those struggles, despite being below grade level almost every year, he was continually promoted. Because you see, if you're an ESE student, you can only be retained one time. And then you get what's called good cause promotions. Also during this time, throughout elementary school, Nikolas's medication was being changed frequently. They were trying to give him something for his aggression, something for his attention. So it was always on and off. And Linda, Mom, would stop the medication sometimes. It was too expensive. Put him back on it, take him off of it, and sometimes she would even divide the medication between Nikolas and Zachary. And as Nikolas's peers moved on, Nikolas continued to row his boat in circles. Despite these continual struggles in ESE, throughout Coral Springs Elementary, those services changed very little. Except, of course, when most of them were removed when he went to West Glades Middle School. He was 13 years old, moving into 6th grade. He was leaving a school with 650 students and moving to a school with 1,500. And back at home, there was no structure. The train was off the track. Not only were the police now responding to the house, but so was the S team. And the S team is the Youth Emergency Services. They're through Henderson Behavioral Health. It's a mobile crisis unit. You can pick up the phone and say you need help, and they come out. You see, Linda's perfect world, her facade was crumbling. On the outside, everything looked really good. This beautiful house. But inside, she was overwhelmed, she was exhausted, and she had no support system. And Linda fell deeper and deeper into a depression. And her overwhelming anxiety about money led to locks on the fridge, timers on showers, and her unplugging all of the appliances at night. And Linda started using local law enforcement and the S team as co-parents to help her control her 2 boys. And that glass of wine that she had every night would turn into 2 glasses of wine, 3 glasses of wine. West Glades Middle School. When kids go to middle school, they are thrown to the wolves. It's a completely different environment. And the services that a special needs kid gets in elementary school, Jack Vasey will tell you, principal of West Glades Middle at the time, we just don't have the staff. We just don't have the services. We don't have the structure and the support that these kids need. So what everybody knew Nikolas needed, which was structure and support, it was gone. And he roamed the halls of West Glades Middle. And at the beginning of middle school, Nikolas, he did all right. But when the social, we're in 6th grade now, emotional and academics demands continued to pile on Nikolas, his behavior worsened. And even though he still received some ESE services, it was in a mainstream classroom now, sometimes with 30 children, and teachers that did not have the specialized training that they needed, that they deserved to have to deal with a student like Nikolas. You will hear that they tried. They went to administration. They went to the ESE staff. They wrote referrals. You see, Nikolas would yell in class. He would uncontrollably laugh for attention. He would destroy property. He even grabbed a phone from a teacher's hand as she was trying to call 911. And his fascination with firearms began. He brought a weapon to school, which resulted in him not being allowed to have a backpack anymore. And he was placed on an escort-only status. That means that there was some adult or a school monitor that literally had to walk Nikolas from class to class every day. And without proper interventions, Nikolas's behavior got worse. Not only was Nikolas not getting an appropriate education, but no other student that was in class with him was getting an appropriate education either because of his disruptive behavior. And teachers will tell you that they went to administration, they went to ESE, that they were blown off. They were told to deal with it, that Nikolas deserved an education. No one here is going to tell you that Nikolas Cruz or any other special needs child doesn't deserve an education. But what a special needs child deserves is the appropriate environment where their individual needs are met. That placement was not West Glades Middle School for Nikolas. Instead of putting Nikolas in a school where he could maybe be productive, he remained at West Glades Middle School until the second half of 8th grade, when finally he was transferred to Cross Creek. Cross Creek is a specialized educational center that educates children whose behavior is a manifestation of their mental illness. When Nikolas left West Glades Middle School, he was struggling in every academic area, and he had received 70 disciplinary referrals. And at home, Nikolas was receiving case management. There was an in-home therapist from Henderson and from Camelot Community Care. And they had very strong suspicions that Nikolas needed more services. He needed more help. They needed a proper diagnosis. And they made lots of recommendations. Very few of them Linda listened to. And you will also hear it was during this time the psychiatrist that was prescribing Nikolas medication had recommended that Nikolas be placed in a residential treatment facility. But you see, if that happened, then Linda would lose his Social Security benefits. He never went to that treatment facility. But on February 7th, 2014, Nikolas was enrolled in Cross Creek School. Cross Creek is the most restrictive educational environment in Broward County. This school serves students that have emotional, behavioral disabilities through a therapeutic and a behavioral environment. This is not a behavioral center. This is not a punitive school. There are those schools in Broward County, and this is not one of them. Let me explain to you what Cross Creek is like. They have 13 clinical therapists. They have a school psychiatrist on staff that does medication management and provides services to all students. 2 psychiatric nurses, 2 behavioral specialists that develop behavioral plans, implement therapeutic resources. They have a school resource officer, they have a security specialist, they have 15 crisis management staff members that are trained in verbal de-escalation skills as well as professional crisis management. 27 educational support providers, all of them, everyone at that school is ESE certified. 19 certified teachers, there's a speech and language pathologist, there's a school-wide behavioral system, a school-wide behavioral plan. At that school, there's approximately 80 staff members. It goes from kindergarten to 12th grade. There's 150 students, and they are constantly supervised. And remember, the evidence will show you that what we know about Nikolas's educational environment is that when it's structured and when it's supportive, he does better. And you know how Nikolas did? He did pretty well. Behaviorally, academically, was everything perfect? No. But remember, he's mentally ill and he's brain damaged. But he did well for himself. But his fascination with firearms continued. His mother was told by many people from the school and from the in-home case management, do not buy him a BB gun. Do not buy him an airsoft rifle. Linda Cruz bought him a BB gun. Linda Cruz bought him an airsoft rifle. And you will hear that Cross Creek psychiatrist, along with Linda, developed a home safety plan because Nikolas was having dreams about being covered in blood. And you know what you will also hear from that Cross Creek psychiatrist? As they're trying to partially mainstream Nikolas to Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School. Junior ROTC is not recommended for this child. Nikolas was partially mainstreamed to Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School. 2 classes they enrolled him in. One of them was junior ROTC. And Cross Creek, like they do for most of their students, hold a carrot. We want children to be in the least restrictive environment. You'll hear a lot about that. Get them moving to their home-based school. And most kids really want to do that. So that's what they did. They held a carrot in front of Nikolas. Good behavior, you go to MSD. But the reason why Nikolas's behavior improved, why he was having some success academically, is because he was exactly where he should have been, at Cross Creek. And you will hear a lot about that transition from Cross Creek to Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School. You will hear that eventually he was full-time mainstreamed. And you will tell you, and people will tell you that that never should have happened. And you will hear evidence from one of his support facilitators, a member of the special education team, ESC, that she received Nikolas's IEP, individual education plan. You're going to hear a whole bunch about this, which lists his eligibility, which lists impairments in domain, and gives a history of the child's behavior in other schools. You'll hear from that support facilitator that she took that IEP and that she went to the assistant principal that was in charge of the ESE program at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas, and she said, look at this. This child does not belong here. And she was told to stay in her lane. So Nikolas went from a school with 150 students, all those resources I just explained to you, constant supervision, the most restrictive educational environment in Broward County, to Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School, with a population of 3,333 students. And at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School, Nikolas struggled, behaviorally, socially, and academically. He started cutting himself. He even drank gasoline. And he talked incessantly about how he wanted to buy a firearm when he turned 18. It was so concerning that a behavioral threat assessment was done because the school social worker and the school therapist were terrified. They were concerned about Nikolas, and they were concerned about the other students. So they went to the school resource officer, Scott Peterson, who knew Nikolas, because you see, everybody knew Nikolas. And they said, he's cutting, he's drank gasoline, he wants to buy a firearm, he needs to be Baker acted. And what a Baker Act is when you are a danger to yourself, potentially, or someone else. And you need to go to a facility where you can be assessed, maybe medication management, maybe referrals to other programs. And Scott Peterson said, I'm not Baker acting that kid. Go ahead and call Henderson. So that school social worker and that school therapist called Henderson, and out came that bus, the Youth Emergency Service Mobile Crisis Unit. And they talked to Nikolas, and Nikolas said, I'm fine. I'm fine. So they didn't Baker act him. But that did not stop the school social worker, did not stop the school therapist. They called Henderson again, and then they called the abuse hotline through the Department of Children and Family, which sparked an investigation where Nikolas was classified as a vulnerable adult due to mental illness. And DCF went out there, and they said, everything's fine. And Henderson and their mobile crisis unit went back out there 3 times. And Nikolas was assessed for a potential Baker Act. And of those 3 times, he was assessed by 2 mental health interns, which means legally they can't even Baker Act anybody. He wasn't Baker Acted. In 2016, Nikolas Cruz and Linda Cruz walked into Gun World of South Florida, where Nikolas bought his first real gun. All right. As a result of that threat assessment, Nikolas was no longer allowed to carry a backpack to school. And every morning he had to be searched. And it was around that time that MSD, Marjorie Stoneman Douglas, realized this kid does not belong here. He needs to go back to Cross Creek. That's where he might be successful. So they pulled Nikolas to the office, now 18, now able to make his own educational decisions. And they gave Nikolas a choice. You can go back to Cross Creek, or you can stay here at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas and revoke all of your services, all of your special education services. On a document that was generated by we don't know who, typed up, not a formal Department of Education revocation form, Nikolas signed his name. And he revoked all of his special education services. Think about that. This is a child who had been receiving special education services since he was 3 years old. And they were all gone now. So Nikolas remained at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas until February of 2017. When he had a meeting and they told him, "You're never going to graduate. You don't have enough credits. You need to leave." So Nikolas left. He literally ran off of school campus. And when he did it, one of those school monitors, as he was watching Nikolas run off the campus, said, that kid is going to come back and shoot this school up. So now you have a child who has no ESE services, no support. He didn't stop being brain damaged. He didn't stop being emotionally handicapped. He didn't stop having a language impairment. He didn't stop needing services, but they were all gone. And you're going to hear a lot from those teachers that tried to do something. They'll come here and they'll testify, and some of them do not want to be here. They're here because they're under subpoena. But we had to bring them in so that you get all of the information that you need. Because you have to make a decision about whether or not another human being lives or dies. And what they tell you and the things that they say are not excuses, they're not justifications, and they're not defenses. They're part of Nikolas's story, and it's my job to tell you that story. So after Nikolas left MSD, he floundered around, went to some off-campus learning centers where he'd work on a computer, self-paced kind of thing. No structure, no stability, no medication. And then on November 1st, 2017, the one consistent person in his life, the one that loved him unconditionally, the woman that did the very best that she was able to do, Linda Cruz, she died. And Nikolas was there. Nikolas was 19. He had just turned 19 in September. And Zachary Cruz was 17. And by the time of the shooting, law enforcement had gone to the Cruz's house over 40 times. And by the time of the shooting, the YES team had gone to the Cruz family house over 14 times. We will tell you Nikolas's life story so that we can give you reasons to vote for life. And that's what I'm going to ask you to do. I'm going to ask each and every one of you to do that. And now the state has the responsibility of proving all the aggravation, the reasons for death. And you must all agree on that. And we will present you with mitigation. Reasons for life. And you don't have to agree on that. In fact, the law says that you can disagree. You can give mitigation any weight that you want. And it's individual because different things hold different value to other people. None of us has walked the same walk. Your vote has to be an individualized moral decision, not collective. And you never have to justify, explain, or defend your vote for life. You can deliberate, and everybody here will encourage you to do that. But you don't debate it. And I know that each of you will be respectful to your fellow jurors and respect their vote, even if you don't agree with it. You are never required to vote for death. Even if the state of Florida proves every single aggravator, you can still vote for life. And there's something else I have to remind you of. You are confined to the statutory aggravators that the state proves to you beyond a reasonable doubt. And that does not include those victim impact statements. They were heartbreaking. They were beautiful to hear those people talk about what they had lost in their beautiful children. But you're not allowed to consider it in the verdict. The law requires you to put it aside. And you are here because each of you said that you could do that. It's hard, but you said you could. And we know that you will. We all agree, everyone here agrees that Nikolas deserves to be punished. Without a doubt. But life without the possibility of parole is a severe enough penalty, is a severe enough punishment. When you not only look at the crime, but you look at the person that committed it. I'm confident that once you hear Nikolas's story, that you will know in your heart that a vote for life is the right vote, and that justice will be served with that verdict. Your life verdict can come from all of the things that Nikolas did not show those 17 beautiful souls. It can come from compassion. It can come from grace. And it can come from mercy. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a brief 10-minute recess, just long enough for everyone to stretch and just take 10 minutes. Please do not discuss the case. Please leave your notepads behind, and we'll be back with you very shortly. Okay, the jurors have been excused. We're in recess for 10 minutes, just long enough for everyone to use the restroom.
more minute, please. I'll be speaking to the state.
It'll take a few minutes to line the jurors up. And I'll let you know before we bring them in case you're not ready. I bought like a bag of numbers bars. No, Sophia and I use them all week. It was like only a third one. Send it to my sister. SF-215 and SF-216. Can you forward it to me again? I don't have it. Sure. And can you send it to my email, please? You have it? Oh, if it's on Odyssey, I can print it. I'll just get it off the computer.
I wrote on it.
What is the motion?
There are two motions, Judge. One is to redepose a handful of defense experts based on information that we received late on Friday afternoon regarding additional information that had been provided to
Does
those
this have
experts.
anything to do with any of the witnesses that are being called?
Not today, Judge, but for tomorrow. So that's why I just wanted to make the court aware of it. And if we want to
Okay, I don't want to address it now.
Okay.
I want to get to the next witness. We will address it before we leave today, and I will make sure to review them over the lunch break so that I'm familiar with the issues. Okay?
Thank you very much.
I just need 1 minute with the witness judge to go over.
What are the numbers? State 215 and 216.
We can print copies here.
As long as they're on Odyssey, I can get it without a problem.
Mr. Simmons. Ian, could you just show me how to turn this on, please? Yeah, because I don't know what to. I want it not to have that on it.
Can you have Mr. Simmons show you? Just kidding.
Well,
I'm kidding.
oh, I need as much direction. Okay.
Never mind.
I'm ready, Judge. Thank you.
Both sides ready, we're gonna bring in the jurors. Okay, the jurors are present. Everyone else may be seated. Ms. McNeill, when you're ready, you may call your first witness.
The defense calls Carolyn Deakins.
Ma'am, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You can go ahead and be seated. And when you're seated, please speak into the microphone. Please state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
My name is Carolyn Louise Deakins, Grimes Hill, Gilda Carey Deakins, and it's Deakins.
Ma'am, what was the last part of what you said? You said your name is...
You wanted it all again?
Well, I wasn't sure.
And Deakins is the last thing because I changed back to my maiden name.
So the last part of what you said after Deakins, that's part of your name, or that was something else?
Yes. My name is Carolyn Louise Deakins.
Okay, and how do you spell Deakins?
Deakins, Judge.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Good morning, Ms. Deakins.
Good morning.
Can you please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury where you currently reside?
At present, I live in Leesburg, Florida.
Okay. How long have you lived there, Ms. Deakins?
I bought a home there in September of last year.
Okay.
Soon be a year.
Okay. And where did you move when you moved to Leesburg?
Louisville, Kentucky.
Okay. And how long have you were you living in Kentucky?
For the past 24 years.
Okay. Is that where you were raised?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And do you have family back there?
I have grandsons, 2 sons, a daughter, a grandbaby, 4 sisters and 2 brothers, and my dad.
Okay. And are you currently working?
Part-time.
Okay. Where do you work?
I work for Dairy Queen part-time.
Dairy Queen?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And do you do anything else in the community?
Actually, I do. I mentor and help support 4 women from the Healing Hands place.
What is Healing Hands?
It's for battered women. It's for drug addicts that want to get clean. It's women with children, with no homes. Whatever I can do to help, that's what I do.
And why do you do that work?
Because a long time ago, somebody did that for me. I'm sorry.
Ms. Deakins, you don't have to apologize.
It's
She'll get you some tissues.
I'm just grateful to be alive because the kind of life we led back then, I shouldn't even be here talking to you people.
Okay. Well, now we're going to get to that, okay? Is this the first time you've lived in Florida?
No.
Okay.
I lived in Fort Lauderdale for many years.
Okay. You remember when approximately you moved down here?
1982.
Okay. And how long did you live here that time?
Up until 1998.
Okay.
I went back and forth to Kentucky a couple of times, but my primary residence was in Fort Lauderdale, Florida.
Why did you move back to Kentucky?
Actually, it got to be monotonous, and I got tired. I just wasn't done. You know what I mean? I would go back home, try to get clean, try to get my head right, but nothing seemed to work, and I always winded up right back in Florida.
Now, Ms. Deakins, when you say it was monotonous and you weren't done, what were you not done with?
Drugs and alcohol. You can't help somebody that doesn't want to be done. You know, you have to be willing to be over it and not want that kind of life anymore.
So, at some point, did you come back down here in 1998?
Yes, I did. I came back here, and it was winter up there, but it was spring down here, February and March.
February, March of 1998 is when you came
Yes,
back?
I came back here.
Okay. Do you know a woman, or did you know a woman by the name of Brenda Woodard?
I knew Brenda Woodard very well.
And how did you know Brenda?
Well, Brenda and I were introduced through some mutual friends who were gay, and so we met. We hung out a few times. We didn't constantly hang out, and over the years, the last few years I was there, we would meet maybe once or twice a week on the streets while we were working, and chit chat. I actually never hung around with Brenda on a continuous until I came back down here in 98. And then she and I hooked up, and we stayed together until the time we got arrested.
So I want to break all that down.
Okay.
But first I want to show you something, okay, and see if you recognize it. Your Honor, may I approach the witness, please? Sure. Ms. Deakins, do you recognize this photograph?
That's Brenda.
And does this photograph accurately reflect the woman that you knew back in the 1990s?
Yeah.
Your Honor, at this time, the defense would move into evidence what has previously been marked for identification as M.
Defense M, any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Defense M will be received without objection as defense M for identification will be received without objection as defense 1.
Do you want to mark it? Sure. Can you see that, Ms. Deakins?
Yes, sir.
Everybody else? Okay. This is Brenda Woodard, correct?
It is.
Okay.
This has been the days when we didn't care much about anything other than drinking and getting high and making money in order to do that. Getting high, and it was our way of life. It was the only life we knew. Everything else didn't matter.
Okay. Let me ask you a couple questions. You said that you moved back down here in 1998.
I did.
You knew Brenda before then?
I did.
Okay. Do you remember when you first met Miss Woodard?
It must have been in early 90s, maybe 92, 93.
Okay, and where do you remember where you met her?
Yeah, actually I do, on Federal Highway.
Okay. That's also known as US 1?
It is.
Okay.
It is.
Particular area that you hung out with? Or
Anywhere
met?
between 17th Street Causeway and State Road 84.
Okay.
It was where the known hookers went.
Okay. So you met Brenda in the area where all the other hookers
I met
were?
Brenda. She was basically somebody that, there was 3 or 4 girls that basically Brenda watched out for them while they did what they did. They're prostitutes. And she drove them around, took care of whatever they needed to be their backup. That's when I first met Brenda. That's what she did.
Okay.
But those changed.
What changed?
First, she lost her car. She actually got more addicted to drugs than she really wanted to.
Okay.
And it became her lifestyle also.
And that was your lifestyle, Ms. Deakins?
It was. I was a prostitute.
And what kind of drugs were you doing?
anything we could get our hands on, the truth be known. Mostly crack and snorting cocaine and weed and drinking. That's what we did every day.
Did you have anything that you preferred to drink?
I was a bush beer drinker myself.
Okay. So you knew Brenda in the 80s, is that correct?
Late 80s, yeah,
Okay, and then you left and went back to Kentucky? Is
I
that-
did.
Okay. And then you
I
came
seemed
back.
like every time I got out of jail, I would go back to Kentucky thinking it would work, but never did until 1998.
So when you talked about this area of Federal Highway where all the hookers hung out,
Yeah.
was that an area that most people knew that's what you guys were doing there?
Oh, absolutely. That's where the known hookers were. And that main street and one block over, to stay off the highway as much as possible, we would be a block over and you would see somebody and they would wave at you like, let's hook up. And so you would travel the other side, go down the block so that the police couldn't see you and you'd get in the car.
Did you ever get arrested during that time?
Several.
Okay. Have you ever been convicted of a felony, Ms. Deakins?
Many.
Okay. Do you know how many?
6 or 7.
Okay. Have you ever been to prison?
Several times.
Okay. How about the county jail?
Oh, numerous amounts of times.
Okay. So let's talk about law enforcement. They would see you girls on the street?
Absolutely. They would run us off. And don't get me wrong, there were a couple of cops that they did nothing but watch out for us because, we'd been in jail so many times, I think they got tired and they watched out for us.
And at some point you left and you came back. Did you, in 1998, you think February or March, did you meet up with Brenda again?
It was a couple of days. No, from March to, I guess, the end of May, probably the end of May, because I didn't even know she had an apartment or anything. I just happened to run into her on US 1. And she said she needed to go to the store, and I said, well, I'm headed to the drug dealer. So she said...
You're headed where?
To the drug dealer.
Okay. Why did she want to go to the store?
I guess she needed to get meat. Brenda was a booster.
What's a booster?
Yeah. She would boost meat, steaks, high-dollar meat, and the drug dealer would trade it for drugs.
And how often did you see her doing that?
Numerous amounts of times.
Okay.
We never actually hung out, per se, all the time. We would see each other on the street. We would speak, maybe take a couple of hits together, wherever we could. I had one specific place I used to go to, my friend's house, a couple of friends actually, and that's where I would go. And Brenda and I never per se hung out on a regular until I met her right before we were arrested in June.
Okay, so that's when she had the apartment.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll talk about that. So you're talking about you would go to friends' houses. Were you homeless?
Absolutely.
Okay. And
I had a car, though.
Okay, so you would sleep in your car?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know if Brenda was homeless?
At the time, I did.
Okay.
I thought she was, but she had an apartment.
And do you know when she moved into the
I
apartment?
don't.
Okay. And before you spent that time with Brenda in the apartment, you said you saw her frequently, once in a while on the streets?
Yeah.
And what was she doing on the streets? What did you observe her doing?
Brenda was a prostitute, too.
Okay.
When Brenda couldn't get meat to make her way, she turned to prostitution. It was quick and easy money. Everybody knew it. So that's what we became.
And during that time, did you do drugs with her?
Yes, on occasion.
What kind of drugs were you doing?
Crack.
With her? And
And
did you
beer.
I'm sorry?
Beer.
Okay.
We
And-
drank a lot.
Okay. Do you remember what Brenda liked to drink?
Coke 45 malt liquor, 16 ounces,
Okay. How'd you guys carry those around?
in a sippy cup,
What is that?
in a
look
big
like?
gulp that you get
Okay.
from 7-Eleven. You could always tell the girls that were hookers, and that's not being disrespectful, but it's the truth, because we all had a big gulp.
And,
So we could carry our beer in it, or our iced tea, or whatever your choice was.
and when you would see Brenda before you spent time in her apartment, would she always have this big gulp
Absolutely.
out the cup?
Brenda's drug of choice was drinking, for real.
Do you remember what she would like to drink?
Colt 45.
What is Colt 45?
It's a beer. It's a malt liquor, actually. It's stronger than just a regular beer.
So explain to me what a normal day would be like before you guys moved.
Well,
you stayed at her.
I can't really tell you what a normal day would be like, because days run into days. You know what I mean? You know, you're up for 5-6 days at a time. You go from one day to day to day to day, and your main objective is to make money to get the drugs or get the drink, whatever it was you were accustomed to.
And these
So I can't not pinpoint for you day after day what day we did this or what day we did that, because my mind doesn't work that good anymore.
And did you and Brenda ever talk about, I mean, you said you had children. Did she ever talk to you about her daughter or her family?
Never knew Brenda had any children, period.
You didn't have those?
I didn't know she had an older daughter. And I just found out Brenda was pregnant at the apartment.
So at some point you find out that Brenda has an apartment, right, in Fort Lauderdale?
Yeah.
Okay, how did you find that out?
Because Brenda came down the street, I was getting ready to get into my car, and because I'd been out working for about 3 hours. And she said, I need to go to the store. And I said, well, I'm headed over to Broward. It was off of Broward Boulevard. It's where we used to go. And everybody used to say they're going to Broward. So I said, I'm off to Broward. She said, well, let's make a stop and I'll go with you. Okay, so off we went. When we got back in the car, when Brenda got back in the car, I asked her, I said, because I was tired, wore out, I told her, Brenda, you drive. And she said, okay, I'll drive. So we went to drug dealers, and she bought dope.
Did she give the drug dealer steaks? Is that one of those?
She gave him a bag, which it was all meat, plus my money, and rushed it out the car, and she got the drugs from the drug dealer. We pulled off, was headed to the apartment.
Okay.
The car stalled on the bridge,
What bridge, do you remember?
coming back toward the apartment from Broward. We let it sit there a couple of minutes. It started back up. We went around the corner like this, put it in park, and sirens went off. And that was the day we got arrested.
So that would have been June 6, 1998.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Let me back up a little bit.
Go ahead.
At that point, Brenda had her apartment?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And were you spending time in her apartment?
I was there for a couple of days.
And that all day, every day during
Yes,
that
ma'am.
period? Okay.
When we weren't working.
And working means what?
Prostitution.
Okay. So
Trying to make money.
what did that apartment look like?
Not much of anything. There wasn't anything there but a refrigerator, a stove, and a mattress. There was no furniture.
Was there any food in the apartment?
No. Food wasn't our big interest.
What is it that you and Brenda would do in the apartment when you weren't working?
We'd get high
And what were you getting?
and
high?
drink. You know, drink is a whole lot cheaper. So we would buy at least a 12-pack so we could sit down and relax for a little longer.
You
It
mean
was-
if you had the
if
booze?
we had something to drink, we wouldn't have to be out so many times.
Okay. And you said a 12-pack. Is that you would have a 12-pack or you would split a 12-pack?
Oh, I don't drink the kind of beer she drinks, so I had my own.
Okay. So she was drinking the Colt 45?
I was drinking Bush. I always drank Bush beer.
Okay.
I don't
And then-
drink anything anymore. Thank God.
So at some point during that week, did you find out that Brenda was pregnant?
Brenda went into the bathroom and she got sick. And I thought she was drug sick. And so I still had a little bit, you know. She had her stuff and I had mine. I still had some. And I asked her, I said, Brenda, are you drug sick? Here, take some of mine. Here, take this piece of crack is exactly what I said to her. And she said, no, it ain't drugs. I'm pregnant. And I thought, oh, my God. And then that's when we kind of got into a little bit of a, It's my life and I'll do what I want to. And I was trying to tell her, you know, Brenda, you can't do this. You're pregnant. Babies. It's hard on them. She didn't care at that point.
Okay. So even after she told you that she was pregnant, did you see her continuing to use
Absolutely.
alcohol?
Absolutely. Drugs, alcohol, weed, cigarettes, anything she could get her hands on. She was just like me. That was our daily routine. That's how we lived our life.
Was it one of the, kind of a lifestyle where one day just went into the next day and you were just surviving and doing what you
Yeah.
had to do?
One day led into another, into weeks. I was up one time for 12 days straight. I was to the point of hallucination. It becomes your way of life, and that's all you know.
So you're a recovering addict, isn't that
I
correct,
am.
Ms. Deakins?
25 years.
Okay. And based on the observations that you made of Brenda with her drugs and alcohol use, do you believe she was a drug and alcoholic during that time?
I know she was. I don't have to think. I know she was.
Okay. So did you know what Brenda was going to do with the baby?
Yes, I did. She told me when she told me she was pregnant, and I rant and raved a little bit. She said, "Don't worry about it. It's all took care of. I have a lawyer, and the baby's going up for adoption, and so I'm not going to have to worry about it." And that's how she felt. She didn't want it. Nikolas, I'm sorry, but that's how it was.
Based on the conversations that you had with her and the things that you observed, did it appear that she cared about the baby that was growing in her belly?
No. No.
The most important thing was the drugs and the alcohol?
It was. It was how we lived our life at that time.
So now let's go to that June 6th, 1998, when the lights and sirens went on. Tell us what happened that day.
Well, when the sirens came on, Brenda still had the baggies in her hand, and she reached behind the seat like this and put it in with the beer because we had stopped and bought beer. And the lights went on, and they get out of the car and told us to get out of the car. We're being arrested because they know they saw us just buy drugs at the drug dealer's house. And I told them, you didn't see me buy shit. I'm sorry. You didn't see me buy anything. I was in the car. Brenda bought it. You saw her do it, but you're together, so I saw you. You're under arrest for drugs. And I'm like, I'm sorry. I went to the police just like this.
Okay, I think we're getting a little off topic here. Let's
Well, no, she's talking about the arrest.
Yeah. And I showed him that I didn't have anything on me.
So
I didn't understand why I got arrested.
So, Ms. Deakins, you just stood up and you were pulling
I
your
pulled out
pockets
my pockets and showed him that I didn't have any drugs.
Okay. Did you guys get arrested?
Absolutely.
Okay. And what happened after you got arrested?
I went to jail.
Okay, how long were you in jail?
I done another year and 4 months. I didn't get out.
So you went to jail and
I
then
went to court the next morning and they sentenced me up to a year.
Okay. And what were you convicted of?
Possession,
Of what?
cocaine.
Okay. What was it that you and Brenda were going to do with that cocaine?
We're going to smoke it.
Okay. And what were you and Brenda going to do with the booze in the car?
I'll drink it. That's what we did.
Now, this is after you know that she's pregnant, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you ever hear Brenda talking to the adoption attorney on the phone or in
A
person?
couple of times, yeah, because she called him because, she couldn't get any meat or we didn't have the money. She would call this attorney and he would give her money. And a couple of times I heard her talking to them.
What would you guys do with that money?
Again, we would buy dope and beer.
Okay. So, if you hadn't been staying at Brenda's apartment, would you have been sleeping on the streets?
No, I had a car.
Okay. After you were arrested with Brenda on June 6, 1998, did you ever see her again?
No, ma'am. I never saw any, and I never met Nikolas. I went home in 99 when I got out of jail, and I never looked back. I never looked on Facebook. I never knew anything of Brenda's life or even what the baby was, because I didn't know what the baby was at that time. I didn't even know it was a boy until I heard from the district attorney a couple of years ago about Woodard and what had happened. That was my first clue about Brenda's life since we separated.
Now, are you sure it was the district attorney that contacted you?
I'm not sure who it was,
Okay.
to be quite honest.
Okay.
A detective, that's all I can tell you.
Okay. Now, while you were in jail, did you ever contact the adoption attorney?
Yeah, I did.
How did you have the number for the adoption
Well,
attorney?
because when girls are running together, they always give each other numbers, in case something drastic happens so we can get in touch. But I was mad at her, so yeah, I called the attorney and told him everything. The drug dealer, where it was, the whole shop.
Why were you mad at her?
Because I got arrested for something that wasn't even, actually it was mine, but at that time I wasn't going to admit it.
And do you know what happened to Brenda? Did she get out?
I found out later, yes, she did get out.
I'm going to show you another document. One moment, please. May I approach the witness, Your Honor? Sure. This is this. Ms. Deakins, who is Carolyn Carey?
Me.
Okay. So,
I had 3 different aliases.
okay.
I had Carolyn Carey, Carolyn Deakins, Carolyn Gilda, but they were all my name because I was married that many times.
So I want to show you a document. Do you recognize this document?
I have my glasses on, so I have to hold it way out here. Yes, I do remember this. I did call.
So tell me what this document is.
It's when I called the attorney and told him that Brenda was drugging and that she took my car, she hotwired my car, she stole my car.
Your Honor, at this time, the defense would like to move into evidence what has previously been marked as for identification, defense N, and then I would also like to tender to the court business record certification. This document is from the adoption records. So this is the certification, and this is the document.
No objection.
You said no objection?
No objection.
Are you gonna mark the certification?
Yes. Ms. Bashman, I'm going to just give you that. Okay.
I'm sorry?
She's going to turn. Yeah.
Without objection, defense N will be received as defense 2. And 1 second, Your Honor. The certification, Your Honor, would be marked for V as in Victor. Defense 4, V as in Victor. Right, defense 4, V will be received without objection as defense 3.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
Sure.
Ms. Deakins, can you see this document in front of you?
Yeah, it's the same document you just showed me.
Okay, and it's identified you as the caller, and your name then was Carolyn Carey?
It was.
Okay. When's the first time you returned to Broward County, Ms. Deakins?
The very first time?
No,
Or
since your arrest in 1998.
yesterday.
Okay. You've never stepped foot back in Broward?
Never.
Why not?
Too many ghosts. Lots of demons. Tragic lifestyle. Drugs and alcohol. The way I lived. I couldn't do it anymore.
we have a moment, please, Your Honor?
You may.
Ms. Deakins, you had mentioned earlier that Brenda preferred to drive the girls around.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know why?
Oh, yeah, it's quicker than walking. I
Right.
mean, just seriously, most of the girls out there didn't have a pot to pee in, you know, a window to throw it out of. They were on foot. Brenda had a car. Everybody was going to hang out with Brenda because they could get back and forth quicker. Did I know those people? I saw them on the streets, but I never knew them.
Okay. And
They were just working girls.
did she prefer to boost as opposed to
Absolutely, that was the main thing she did.
Do you know why she preferred to boost stakes as opposed to prostitution?
Brenda was gay. She didn't like men.
Did Brenda ever tell you who the father was of the baby?
Brenda didn't even know.
Your Honor, I have no further questions. Thank you, Ms. Deakins.
Thank you.
You want to do that?
Good afternoon, Ms. Woodard. Or, excuse me,
Ms.
Ms.
Deakins.
Deakins. I'm sorry. Been reading Woodard for a while. Ms.
Not even.
Ms. Deakins, you said two different things in your testimony at different times. I'm not sure if it was just a misstatement or not.
Probably.
That's okay. You said originally that you met Miss Woodard 92 or 93, and then I think you were asked a question if it was the late 80s, and you said yes to that as well. Which
Like
one
I
was
said-
it?
I was in the night. That was a mistake. Yes, I met Brenda in the 90s. In the 80s, from 82 until I think around 86, I didn't work in the prostitution. I was a dancer at Dollhouse on Federal Highway.
Okay, so you met.
I met her in the 90s.
Okay, so
Originally.
all right. So 92 or 93, you met her. You'd see her once a week or so.
Sometimes a week, once a week, sometimes it could be a couple of weeks, just depending on how the girls were and how they want it worked. It was like a revolving door. We would meet, but we never were hangout buddies. She had her crowd and I had mine.
Okay, and you didn't know that she had a daughter that was born in 86, so she
No,
was
I did not.
4 to 6 years old or around then?
No, I did not.
Okay, and even in 1998, when you were living at the apartment, not living at the apartment, when you were sleeping over at the apartment for...
Yeah, because I wasn't living there.
Right, just for a few days you were there,
Yeah.
you said, right?
Yes.
And there was no sign of a about 11 or 12-year-old girl, was there?
There wasn't any clothes in the apartment. The only thing that was there was a mattress. We didn't even have a sheet on the bed, and a refrigerator and a stove. It was like they gave her the apartment, but she just never moved in. It was a place to hang out and do drugs and drink.
Okay, and the call that you made, I guess is it still on the camera?
No, they've moved it.
Okay. All right. Is it on now?
It is now.
Okay. So it says Carolyn Carey called from jail, referenced Brenda Woodard. And so this is the time of this arrest, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, the June 6th,
Yes, that's
1998, correct?
Yes,
Okay, and so you were still in jail and Brenda was out?
I believe so.
Okay.
Because I never came out.
Okay.
They sent me directly to prison.
And this is a message, right? That you.
It is a message.
Okay. And is it correct, the message?
Yes, Brenda broke into my car, and the car actually was in my husband's name because I was married at that time,
And when did she do that?
after she got out of jail.
Well, the message is that she advised she left your car across the street from Brenda's, and Brenda took it upon herself to break into it and wire the ignition and use the car. Was that for using the car to buy drugs?
No,
Okay.
no, because I was already in jail, and I called my husband, who was Patrick Carey at that time, and I told him that I was in jail, and so he put an APB stolen thing out on the car.
You said, and you showed the jury about how when the police stopped the car,
Yeah.
They asked you if you had any drugs,
Yes, they did.
and you pulled out your pocket to show that there was nothing in there?
Yes, sir.
Isn't it true that you pulled out that you actually said you couldn't lie to the police, and you pulled out the plastic baggie from your right front pocket?
No, sir.
Okay. You know why the police report says that?
It might say that, but that's not what happened.
Okay. So what the police report says is not accurate?
To be quite honest with you, that day is kind of a blur, but I know where the drugs were. They were in the paper bag and behind the seat.
And like you said, the day was a blur, or
Every day was a blur if you want to know the truth about it.
so it could
Because
have
all we
been
did
that
was
way.
drink and drug.
It could have been that the police officer was right when he said that you said you couldn't lie, and you pulled out the plastic baggie from the right front pocket, right?
It could be.
Okay. And when you called the lawyer's office, was it a male lawyer or a female lawyer?
It was a man.
And you learned that it's not a male lawyer, it's a female lawyer that was taking care of the adoption, right?
I learned that later.
Okay, so you're incorrect about it being a male lawyer too, right?
I guess so. Everything is just crooked and backwards when you're in that state of mind.
Okay, and
I honestly thought it was a man.
and when you were in the jail, does the jail let you keep your phone numbers that you collect from other women?
It all goes in your property, and yes, you can ask for certain things out of your property.
And you asked for the phone number to this adoption lawyer so you
I
could
did.
call up and say, Brenda is still using drugs.
I was mad.
Okay. And you were mad because weren't you buying drugs?
Yeah, of course we were.
Okay, so you got caught buying drugs, right?
We both did.
But why are you mad at her?
Well, I think we both should have been in jail.
Well, you both got arrested, didn't you?
Yeah, but, if I'm going to have to do a year, why didn't she have to do a year? To be quite honest with you, I think she turned over on the drug dealer.
So did she ever tell you what the circumstances of her pregnancy were?
What do you mean? What's the circumstances? She's pregnant.
Okay, all you knew.
Did I know if it was rape or if it was a trick baby? Is that what you're asking me?
Yes.
No, she didn't.
Well, didn't you tell me something differently before in deposition?
It was a trick baby. That's what I thought. Yes, that's what I told you.
So that's different than what you're telling me now.
It's not different. No, it's not different. I considered it a trick baby because that's what we did. Now, if that's wrong, it's wrong. But to me, it was a trick baby, and so did Brenda think it was a trick baby. Brenda never said she was raped, so I'm taking it that it was a trick baby.
So when you said in your deposition that it was a trick baby, everybody knew that, and I asked you, how do you know that to be true? And your answer was, because she told me. That answer was not correct?
Yeah, it might be. I honestly cannot remember everything we talked about. You know, it's what it was. We were drug addicts.
Just like you can't remember whether or not you had the drugs on you or didn't have it on you, correct?
Yeah, correct.
All right, thank you very much.
Can I go now?
I'll let you know, Mary.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Deakins, in the late 1990s, were you a drug addict?
And an alcoholic. I was a dedicated drug addict, dedicated every day to getting high.
And is that what you were doing with Brenda?
Absolutely. That's the only reason Brenda and I hung out,
Now,
was to get high. We were not personal friends, per se.
so you didn't go to the movies?
We didn't go to movies, we didn't go to dinner, we didn't buy pizza together, we didn't take walks on the beach. We were drug addicts.
So I know that you said you've been convicted of 7 felonies,
I have,
but you have been arrested how many times?
I don't,
Do you even know?
probably 40, 45. It could be even more.
And do those arrests kind of verge into each other, one arrest to another arrest?
Yep.
Okay. But you know you were arrested that day with Brenda on June 6, 1990.
I know that it was June 6th.
Okay. And it was because both you and her were in possession of cocaine.
Exactly.
Okay. And even though she may have had it in her pocket or you may have had it in your pocket,
We were both, it was our drugs. It was both our drugs. It was our money, her meat. It was our stuff.
and what were you going to do with that?
I was fixing to get high. Real good and high. Because we had 5 rocks.
So I understand that you were mad at Brenda,
I was.
okay, and you called the adoption attorney.
I did.
Okay. Are the things that you
I just was being pissed off, you know. Mean. I wanted her to go back to jail too.
But were you lying about the things you were telling those attorneys?
No. No.
Ms. Deakins, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Okay, now ma'am, you're excused. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna take a recess for lunch. I'm going to ask that you please be back at 2:15. Please do not discuss the case or begin deliberating. Please, if somebody, remember the rule that if somebody comes up to you and tries to discuss the case, you must walk away. Tell them to leave you alone and report the matter immediately. Please leave your notepads behind, and I'll see you at 2:15. Thank you very much.